right, let's hear for our dancers. Thank you, dancers. You may exit the stage there. All right, again, dancers, ladies and gentlemen, as you see, our dancers, we're trying to follow our COVID protocols here, make sure all of our dancers are safe with regards to our COVID-19 requirements. So you'll see a lot of our dancers doing a spotlight dance instead of dancing around the stage area, the arena area here. So again, you'll see those that dancing that spotlight style of dance. So again, we thank them for that there and making sure that everyone stays safe. Again, we thank the museum for bringing us out and sponsoring us this weekend and letting us enjoy this wonderful venue here at the North Carolina Museum of History. We're going to bring out our Ladies Fancy Shawl dancer. Lady Fancy Shawl, come on out. We'll be bringing out and putting an exhibition here for our Ladies Fancy Shawl. We're going to talk a little bit about this young lady here and the story of the origination of this style of dance. So years ago, many, many years ago, the young ladies always danced the ladies' traditional. But a lot of the younger ladies didn't want to dance the older style at such a young age. So they started dressing like the men's fancy, and they would put the bustles on their back and on their bottom ends there, and they would dance that style of the men's fancy. So they were beating the boys a lot of times in the contest and in the exhibitions, and the boys didn't like that. So they told the young ladies, listen, you have to get your own style of dance. So these young ladies took the shawl off of the left forearm and they placed it across their back. And Simone turned and let them see your beautiful beadwork here. And they put the yokes. As the young men wore the yokes on the front, the ladies turned and put their yokes on the back. Our ladies have brought their yokes down further in the front, made beautiful vests. And they took the shawl there and draped it across their shoulders. And as you watch these young ladies dance, it's also called the dance of the butterfly style. If you watch a young lady dance in fancy shawl, it looks like she's dancing across a field of flowers. And as they're pollinating and touching flower to flower, as the butterflies and the bees do. So watch this young lady here. She's very, very aerobic and a lot of stamina in this style of dance. A lot of high kicks, spins, and jumps, and beautiful honoring to the drum with their honor beats. So at this time, Stony Creek, give me a wonderful exhibition, Ladies Fancy. Let's hear it for our Ladies Fancy Shawl dancers. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful fancy shawl, our butterfly style dancers there. And again, we thank our dancers again for following our COVID protocols and what they've offered us here at the museum. A wonderful job with the staff and what they're doing here. So young people out there in the virtual world, all of our teachers and all of our educators and our students, we thank you for here being virtual with us today. We sure miss you guys being here with us at the museum, but we're going to do it this way this year, and hopefully next year we'll have another good run here for our 26th annual American Indian Heritage Celebration. So again, thank everyone for that. And I'm going to call three wonderful young ladies out into the arena here, into the stage area, our women's traditional style. And as they make the way out, we'll separate these ladies here and give them the appropriate space in here for our protocols. So again, we'll describe a little bit about all of these ladies here. So the young lady here to my right, as you see the different styles of dress that we have here, all from the ladies' traditional. But my young lady here to my right, a northern style of dance. It's the northern women's traditional, the buckskin style. And you see that buckskin style very prevalent up and down the East Coast, especially in the eastern woodlands. This is the older style of dress here, as we as Native people utilize the buckskins and utilize the hides from all the animals that we came upon, and we used all those parts. You'll notice all the ladies have fans in their hand, and they all have the shawls, which I'll explain just momentarily about those. The young lady to my front, at the front of the stage here, is in the women's southern cloth style. You see a lot of that down in the southeast and in the southern states, and in the southwest, you'll see a lot of the cloth style. You'll see some out in Oklahoma. In the warmer weathers, we as Native people traded with the Europeans when the cloth came over to dress cooler during those summer months and those warmer areas that we lived in. And they still carry on those traditions today and the beautiful colors and the designs that they have there. The young lady here to my left, Miss Indian, North Carolina, Miss Caitlin Dill, she is dressed in the Lumbee pinecone patchwork design, and that is a trademark of the Lumbee people there down in the Robeson County area. And basically all across North Carolina, we have Lumbee families in all the metropolitan areas and various places throughout the state. But you see these young ladies here design these pinecone patchworks, and you'll see some of their dresses tell stories of ladies dancing in the past and ladies dancing for the future and ladies dancing in the current status of today's age. So again, we thank these wonderful ladies. As you watch this shawl dancing here, the ladies' traditional shawl dancing, you will watch the ladies as they dance, and they step lightly upon Mother Earth, and they keep the beat of the drum, and they're very, very delicate. They honor the Mother Earth with their fans and their heads as they lower down when the honor beats come about into the song. So again, to no further ado, take it away, Southern Sun Exhibition, Ladies Traditional. let's hear it for our ladies traditional. Thank you there, ladies. Thank you, our ladies traditional exhibition there. All right, we'll let these ladies exit, and we'll be bringing our next style of dance on. We'll be asking Stony Creek for this song here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring out the oldest style of dance, our men's traditional, ladies and gentlemen, men's traditional style. This style here is a Pan-American style. You'll see it all up and down the East Coast, all out west, the northwest part of the United States, and all down in the southwest and in the southern states. And this style of dance here, the American Indians' oldest style of dance, the men's traditional. As these young men dance, you'll see them telling of a hunting story or a war party, or them sneaking up on the enemy and counting coup on that enemy so they could not fight for another season. As you see the young man here with the wonderful bustles, the eagle bustles that he adorns with his backside here with, and he makes that bustle there out of the eagle parts in honor of the bird of a great nation of all our nations, the bird that flies the highest, the eagle. You'll see him here with the roach on top of his head, the adornment here with his eagle feathers, and it shows how those feathers in flight together pay homage to each other and do not war against each other. You'll see the weapons that he has here, the crafted handgun that he has there to protect himself from his enemy when he's out in a warring party or out in a hunting mission. And you'll see the fan in his left hand, the eagle fan, in his medicine pouch there as he goes out and he looks for enemies with that fan, or he looks for tracks or moves the dirt around for those tracks to be known. So watch this young man here, the men's traditional style, as Stony Creek gives a wonderful song here for our men's exhibition. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Our men's traditional. Thank you, Mr. Patrick. Wonderful gentleman there from the Lumbee Nation, Mr. Patrick Green. So we thank you there, brother, for that. We sure enjoy that style of dance. Again, that story he was telling looks like a story of a hunting party. And he was out on a hunting expedition, hunting game for his family or for the tribe there. We'll be calling on our Eastern Woodlands men and women. Stony Creek, we're going to come back to you guys for this song here. We're going to come back to Stony Creek for another song here for our Eastern Woodlands men and women. This, ladies and gentlemen, is also a traditional style of dance, but it's more it's more originated over in the Eastern style of the North Carolinas and the Virginias and all up and down the East Coast, all the way up into New York and Delaware and all of those tribes there and everything east of the Ohio River Valley and all up around the Great Lakes areas. You saw all of the Eastern Woodland style. Many, many movies have been made about these various ones and the different tribes that you saw there, from the Iroquois to the Sauk and Fox and all the way down to the Tuscarora and all of those various tribes down into the Saponi nations and the Tutelo-speaking nations and all of those down in the North Carolina and Virginia areas. So again, it was wonderful to see. These young ladies here the young man and young lady, they are both instrumental in bringing and revitalizing that Eastern Woodland style here in North Carolina. For many years, that style was getting away from us and getting lost. There were very few dancers that really embraced that style. And then we thank Mr. Kay Little Turtle. We thank Miss Chelsea Graham here for bringing that style and working with our young people, working with our various tribal members to bring those styles back. And it's a social style of dance. It has the songs, the Escagné songs we're going to have here in session 5. We'll have Mr. Kay Little Turtle, Miss Chelsea, giving us some exhibition songs and some exhibition dances of those Escagné songs and dances that we have for the Eastern Woodland. As you see the dress that they have among them here, you start with the young lady here, and you'll see the style with the floral designs that we had, and we talked about Mr. Kay's floral designs earlier. And they represent those designs of the plants and the different beautiful items that grew throughout the eastern seaboard and up and down the East Coast. And they adorned their bodies with those in their dress. And so when they started making the cloths and the designs, they put those on their everyday dress or their regalia, and they utilized those to pay honor and tribute. You also see some of the more traditional styles, the deer hooves, as Mr. Kaya has on his legs there, on his leggings and stuff. And you see the war club that he protected himself with. But you also see the fan there in his left hand, that if he was out looking for tracks, or if he was looking for some kind of game, he would take that and utilize that to help him find those. You see the headdress that he wears there. You see Miss Chelsea with the moccasins and the leggings here, as the Eastern Woodlands ladies would dress in the style that they would dress in back in those centuries ago. So again, we thank them for this revitalization of this style of dance and of these songs, and we are very, very thankful for this to be coming about here in the state of North Carolina. So again, to no further ado, I'm going to ask Stony Creek to give us a good exhibition song for our Eastern Woodlands ladies and men. ladies and gentlemen, thank you for our Eastern Woodlands Men and Women exhibition. We thank you for that. And in session 5, again, as we said, we'll have some additional escalier here for our Eastern style, and we'll love to see that and looking forward to that there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that ends our session 2. Session 3, we'll be starting that there at 11 o'clock. We'll start a session 3 at 11 o'clock sharp. So come on back, you virtual students and all of our educators here. You guys come on back and enjoy our next session. We'll start with another grand entry there as session 3 and run through some more exhibitions and additional songs and dance at our 25th annual American Indian Heritage Celebration here at the North Carolina Museum in Raleigh, North Carolina. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're here for our session 3. We apologize for the tardiness there. We had a little communication that we had to work through with all of our virtual aspects of our celebration here today, but we're back online and we're ready to go. And again, we apologize for that. So we'll talk a little bit about what we're going to do here today for session 3. We're going to be bringing all of our dancers out and showcase them in a grand entry. And our grand entry is where we bring all of our dancers, no matter what tribal affiliation or what style of dance that they do. We bring those dancers out and we showcase them. We honor our flags, our veterans, and all of our dignitaries and our elders in our grand entries at our normal annual powwows and events. But today we're just going to be showcasing our dancers here for our exhibitions. So I've asked our Southern Sun drum group here if they would to give me the appropriate grand entry song to bring out our dancers and showcase during the grand entry. Take it away, Southern Sun, grand entry. All right, let's hear it for our dancers and grand entry. Thank you there, dancers. You may exit off of the arena, the stage area here. Again, thank our dancers. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are very limited in the number of dancers that we will be showcasing here for our grand entry, a total of 5 to help keep our social distancing. You will see some dancers as they dance in a spotlight area, and so we can keep that distance and follow our COVID protocols here that the museum has laid out for our requirements here, and we thank them very much for watching out for our dancers and the safety of our tribal members and our singers and all of our presenters here today. So again, thank you for the North Carolina Museum of History for having those guidelines in place, and we following through with those. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving on here to our next exhibition. We'll be bringing out our Eastern Woodlands Lady Style, if she would make her way here to the center, and we're going to showcase her. We'll be asking Stony Creek for a good song here. So we look at the Eastern Ladies Woodland style, and this is a style of dress that all of our ladies wore throughout the year on an everyday from day to day, day in and day out, this style of dress here, as you see the floral type design, you see these tie that they have around the waist there to help secure the upper garment there. And you see the felt, and they're sometimes made of leather with the leggings and the skirt area there, and the beaded moccasins, or some of those ladies would just wear the leather moccasins. And at times during the summer, a lot of our ladies would be barefoot and would carry on their duties throughout the day. As you see, she turns around, you see the beautiful adornment in her hair here with the beautiful beadwork, and a lot of ladies would do the pine cone or pine cone patchwork or any of the quill work that they would have to keep their hair out of their face as they did their daily activities. You see a lot of our ladies here when they dance the escalier or the Eastern Woodland style songs and dance that we'll be showcasing in our session 5. You'll see that style of dance. The social dancing is what we call those, and a lot of stories being told in those social dances as tribes visited among each other as a close proximity as we were here on the East Coast in a numerous amount of tribes. So these tribes went all the way from the South Carolinas up through North Carolinas, all the way up into the East Coast into the Delaware states and New York, and all the way up into Canada and over as far as Ohio and up in the Great Lakes areas and back down through Virginia and West Virginia and Tennessee and Kentucky and those areas there. So it was good to see our native people here still keeping that Eastern Woodland style, and we thank them for that. And we're going to ask Stony Creek for a wonderful song here, a good song, or exhibition. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you for our ladies here and our Eastern Woodland style dance for our ladies. We thank you there, Chelsea Graham from the Waccamaw Siouan Nation. We appreciate all of the styles that she does. Chelsea is an accomplished fancy dancer. She's dabbled into jingle dress dance, and she's doing a wonderful job here with our Eastern Woodland escalier songs and dance there. So thank you again, Chelsea, for that. We'll be bringing on our next exhibition group here, our ladies traditional, all of our ladies traditional. So come on out, our women's traditional here. Be coming back to Southern Sun for a good song for these ladies here. And as they make their way out, we'll be describing these ladies traditional as they're on the way. And here they come, ladies and gentlemen, if they would, coming out with our first ladies traditional in the cloth, and then our second ladies traditional here in the Lumbee pine cone patchwork, and then our third ladies traditional here in the buckskin style. So again, just to talk a little bit about these styles of dress here, I'll start here to my right, and we see the young lady here in the buckskin style. These are the traditional style of dress that we utilize as native people when we use the buckskins and all the hides and the various skins. A lot of these ladies would wear these dresses in the colder months or up in the northern parts of the United States where the temperatures wouldn't reach as high throughout the year, and they had more game in those areas and utilized more of the skins there. So as we move to the front here, we see the young lady here in the southern cloth style dress. This is we started trading with the Europeans and trade cloth and various during our trade sessions. This is the style of dress that the ladies would wear in the cooler, to stay cooler in those southern states and in the hotter temperatures of those areas. And as you see here to my left, we have the Lumbee pinecone patchwork, and that is worn by Miss Indian, North Carolina, Miss Caitlin Deal. It's good to have her here this weekend with us, celebrating and honoring and carrying on that legacy in our women's traditional. So again, you see the style of dress she wears is the traditional trademark of the Lumbee Nation, the pinecone patchwork. And the dress tells the story of other ladies dancing in the other traditional styles. So again, it's good to see all the stories that these ladies tell. As you notice, all of the ladies carry a fan of some style in their right hand, and they'll have a shawl over their left hand. They'll utilize that fan to pay honor and tribute to the drum during that song, to pay honor to the Creator. They'll use that shawl to keep the beat of the drum and to keep themselves. And these ladies never enter the arena without those shawls draped around their forearm or draped around their shoulders. So no further ado, I'm going to ask Southern Sun, if they would, to give us a good exhibition song for our ladies' traditional. All right, let's hear for our ladies' traditional. Thank you, ladies. Our ladies' traditional, Lumbee pinecone patchwork, our ladies' southern cloth, and our ladies' buckskin. Thank you again to all of our women's traditional dancers there at a wonderful exhibition. Thank you, Southern Sun. Good song there. We'll be bringing out our next exhibitionist here, and it's our men's grass dancers, our men's grass. This guy here is known as the preparer of the circle. And years ago, ladies and gentlemen, the story goes, we didn't have all the fancy weed eaters and all the John Deere tractors and to keep our lawns and the areas in our dance arenas cut nice and neat. So these guys would go out and they would prepare the circle, known as the preparers of the circle. These grass dancers would dance down the tall grasses, remove any obstacles during the dance for the elders to come on and dance, and for our ladies to dance also. you would see these guys here very agile in the style of dance. And as you watch them dance, you'll see them like they're taking the grass and they're moving it down with their body parts and their feet and their arms. You also notice that the style of regalia that he's wearing, the grass dance style, you see the beautiful beautiful ribbon work that he has here. And that there symbolizes the tall grasses as they swayed in the wind during our events and during the powwows and all of our celebrations. You'll see again as this young man's also adorned with the roach and the power feathers there that he has, the eagle feathers there, and a dance hoop and different styles. You'll see some with different styles of fans and various ones. So as we go into this style of dance, watch this young man as he goes there, Mr. Richardson from the Hiawatha Pony Nation, as he dances the men's grass. Take it away, Stony Creek Exhibition. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it from Men's Grass. Thank you there, Mr. Richardson from the Hiawatha Pony Nation. Good job there to our brother there doing a wonderful grass dance exhibition. Thank you there, Stony Creek. All right, Southern Sun, we're going to be calling our Women's Fancy out for our final song for this session here, Session 3, our final exhibition, our Women's Fancy. Miss Simone McBride here from the Waccamaw Nation. It's good to see her. One of my sisters there from home. Me, myself, being Waccamaw. It's good to see her this weekend with us up here in Raleigh, North Carolina. So again, this lady's style of dance, the fancy shawl, comes from the stories of these ladies here used to dance like the fancy men. And we were unfortunate to not have a fancy men's dancer with us today. But these ladies here are going to show you the other style. I call it the better looking style. As the ladies' fancy shawl. But they used to dance, all the ladies' style of dance they had was the traditional with the shawl draped around their left forearm. Well, these ladies in the younger age really didn't want to dance that slower paced style of dance. So they started dancing the men's fancy like the boys and dressing up like the boys. So the boys found out that the girls were better than them, and they said, hey, we can't have that. We're going to have these ladies to have their own style. So these ladies took the shawls off of their left forearm as the traditional style that was and draped it across their shoulders. And they also took the yokes that the young boys wore on their front and they turned those yokes back and put them on their back. Some of the ladies wear the all the yokes, and also wear a lot of the beadwork and beautiful adornments there. As you see the plumage in her hair, and it's the eagle plumes there that comes from the bird, the eagles, and also the wonderful shawl that she has. Spread it out and let them see how far that goes out with the beautiful fringe work there. And as you see, when she's dancing her style of dance, it'll be like a butterfly dancing across a field of flowers, and also called the butterfly dancers. So at this time, Stony Creek, if you would, give me Southern Sun, who's on deck? Southern Sun, the appropriate exhibition song for Ladies Fancy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our ladies fancy shawl dancers. We thank our ladies fancy shawl. We thank you, Miss Simone, and good seeing you again this weekend here. So again, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our final dance for this session number 3. Session 4 will begin at 11:45. We're about 10 minutes out from that 4th session, so 11:45. Be back for our 4th session at our 25th Annual American Indian Heritage Celebration here at the North Carolina Museum of History in Raleigh, North Carolina. Thank you.
All right, we'd like to welcome everybody. We thank the following sponsors of the North Carolina Museum of History Foundation that helped to make this event possible.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome back to our fourth session at our 25th Annual American Indian Heritage Celebration here at the North Carolina Museum of History in Raleigh, North Carolina. Wonderful dancing today and exhibitionists here. We're glad that you're here with us virtual today, all of our educators, all of our school kids, and whoever else may be watching out there, our general public. We thank you again for being with us here today. My name is J.D. Moore. I'm from Waccamaw Siouan Nation. I'll be your MC today, and two of our wonderful drum groups from the Robeson County area of Lumbee Nation. We have our Southern drum group, Southern Sun, and from the Hollister, North Carolina, and Halawa-Saponi Nation, we have our drum group, Northern drum group, Stony Creek. So again, thank you guys for singing the wonderful songs today and for all of our exhibitionists and all of our activities in dancing and style of traditional exhibition. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring out our dancers here and begin this session here with a grand entry. And a little bit about a grand entry at all of our powwows or our Native American cultural events. We bring out and we introduce all of our dancers into the circle. And we showcase those dancers no matter what style of tribal affiliation they may be or what style of dance, and we showcase them. We honor our elders during that time. We honor our flags and our veterans. But today we're just going to be showcasing the dancers for this exhibition for our American Indian Heritage Celebration here during the month of November, the National Native American Heritage Month. So again, we thank you for being with us today. You will see some COVID requirements that we're having here today of our singers and our dancers and myself. Keeping our social distancing, you'll see some of the dancers as they dance in areas of a spotlight style dance because of the social distancing. So again, thank you for that, and we appreciate all of your cooperation with that. And again, thank the museum for what they have done here from our COVID requirements and our COVID-19, keeping all of our dancers safe. So at this time, I'll ask Southern Sun, if they would, to bring out all of our dancers. Grand entry, all dancers. let's thank all of our dancers. All right, dancers, you may exit the arena here. We thank you for that. And again, thank you for following our COVID requirements with regards to our safety here. Again, our grand entry, and ladies and gentlemen, that's just a small portion. We have allotted for 5 dancers to be here during our grand entry with the COVID-19 protocol. So again, the posture we're taking this weekend, very safe to keep our dancers safe and in compliance with that. So again, thank you for that to the museum. We'll be bringing out our Eastern Woodlands men and women, Eastern Woodlands men and women, asking Stony Creek for that song there. And these are the dancers known as the Escalier. And during session 5, we're really going to get into some Escalier songs. And Kaya's going to be bringing some here. Mr. Kaya Little Turtle to my right from the Lumbee Nation. Miss Chelsea Graham here from the Waccamaw Nation here, Boaster, North Carolina, Eastern Woodland tribes here. So as you see the style of dress and you look, both of these individuals have on a style of leggings. Chelsea with the ladies' leggings here and the wonderful in the skirt and the different colored earth tone patterns. As you see Kaya here, Mr. Little Turtle here with this leather style, the more of the buckskin style. And you see the adornments and you see a lot of the floral designs. And those floral designs comes from a lot of the plants and the articles that grow and the nature that is here on the East Coast. And they adorn their regalias with that and their everyday dress that they wear. This is a style of dress that you would see our native people on the East Coast wear day in and day out in their everyday activities. As they had ceremonies, a lot of them have become more elaborate. And as you see the style that they're wearing today. As you see here, Mr. Kea has a staff here, basically a war staff here that helps him protect himself when he's out on hunting trips or any war parties and stuff. And you see a lot of them. That staff there was really popular in one of our recent movies here back in the early 2000s, Last of the Mohicans, where they utilized that staff. Chincha Cook had that staff and utilized it to protect his son. So again, we see that, and our native people still create these styles here and create these articles of war and articles of tradition. As you see the fan that he has in his left hand here, he utilized that to, if he's tracking game or tracking an enemy or showing or telling a story during a style of dance. They both do these styles of dance at Escalier, and as I said in session 5, we'll really get into those songs and those dances, more of the social dances of the Eastern Woodland. And again, we just thank them for revitalizing that. This is a style of dance that was just about lost down in the Carolinas and areas, and there was very few dancers that kept the style of dance and would really practice it. But these young people here around the Robeson County area and all up and down the East Coast here and in Virginia, you had some up around the Occaneechi area and Saponi Nations, Halawa Nations, and all of those different tribes. And they all come together to bring back and revitalize that Eastern Woodland style. So we thank them for that. We're going to make sure that we keep that tradition going on. And today is what we're doing, a wonderful job of talking about it, sharing that with you, and sharing that style of dance so we make others and our young people more interested in maintaining that tradition. So at this time, I'm going to ask the appropriate song for our exhibition, Eastern Woodlands, Men and Women. thank you, our Eastern Woodland dancers, Chelsea and Kea. Thank you guys for that there. We appreciate wonderful dancing there. And again, as we said, during our next session, we'll change it up a little bit and bring out, Kea will be singing some escaliers and doing some various social dancing there. So again, looking forward to that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring out my next exhibition here. This will be our Ladies Fancy Shawl dancer. Ladies Fancy Shawl, also known as the Butterfly Dancer. This here is Miss Simone McBride. Might get a little tongue-tied there. And wonderful lady here from my nation, the Waccamaw Siouan Nation. She does a wonderful job there born and raised around the Wilmington area, but her tribal affiliation there in Columbus and Bladen County. So again, wonderful to see Simone. And she's known as the Butterfly Dancer. And as you watch her dance across this stage here in this arena, during the arenas at our powwows, these young ladies look like butterflies as they go from flower to flower in the beautiful fields out in the grasslands and all the different fields that we have here. And it's beautiful to see. The story goes that these young ladies here used to dance the men's fancy style because they didn't want to dance the older and the slower traditional style of the women's traditional. So these ladies here took that shawl, and the young men had them to create their own style, and they took that shawl from their left forearm, and they placed it across their back. They took the yokes from the young man from the front and turned them around to the back and beaded those and adorned them with beautiful beadwork and hair ties. She wears the beautiful otter hair ties there and the beautiful beadwork. She also has the beautiful eagle plumes, and it gives her balance. It gives her symmetry when she's dancing, and symmetry there. So again, wonderful, wonderful style of dance. We sure appreciate her today, and we're going to ask Southern Sun, if they would, to give us the appropriate exhibition song for our Ladies Fancy Shawl. All right. Thank you, Simone. Good dancing there from our Ladies Fancy Shawl dancing. All right. Thank you again, Miss Simone, again. As I said, from the Waccamaw Siouan Nation there. Wonderful job as she danced here, exhibition here. We'll be calling our next exhibition here Mr. Patrick Green from the Lumbee Nation. Come on out, Mr. Green. This is our men's traditional, the oldest style of dance that we have here in the Americas, the men's traditional style, also known as the war dance. And as you see this style of dance, you'll see it all the way from Alaska down to Florida and from Maine all the way over to the southern tip of California. These guys here is American Indians at its best. But these guys here do a wonderful job of telling the stories of our traditions through the hunting and through the stories of the traditions of counting coup on an enemy, or just telling a story of something that happened significant in the tribe. And I tell you, we did a lot through our verbal and our dance and as Native people. So again, Mr. Patrick here, and you see some of the arrangements on the regalia here as he turns around and see the beautiful eagle bustle that he has here, paying tribute to the eagle. It is the bird that flies the highest. Native Americans honor this bird in every way. And as we build our regalias and we pay tribute to that wonderful bird that the Creator provided for us to pay honor. And then the beautiful beadwork that he has adorned all on his side tabs, his vest, his cuffs, and all the different beadwork, his medicine pouch, and all the areas. As you see, Mr. Patrick, when he goes to dance, watch for the story that he may be telling. See if he's in a hunting party, or if he's trying to sneak up on the enemy and count coup, or if he's just out exploring, looking for new grounds for the tribe, or the chieftain may have seen him on some type of a journey or something to look for something or to investigate for those Native people. So again, it's good to see Mr. Patrick here and what he's doing for us today, Men's Traditional Exhibition. All right, Stony Creek, if you would, give me the appropriate exhibition song. Let's hear it, Men's Traditional. Thank you, Mr. Green. I appreciate that. Our wonderful warrior there. My brother from the Lumbee Nation. Again, wonderful job. Wonderful song by Stony Creek there. And guys, again, thanks all of our singers this weekend for being with us and giving us those wonderful songs for our dancers here. So again, guys, we'll be moving on our final exhibition for session 4 here. It'll be our final one, our ladies jingle. We'll bring out our ladies jingle dress dancers, and we'll ask our ladies here. We have 2 wonderful ladies jingle dress dancers. Our head dancer here, Miss Olivia Richardson, and our Miss Jessica Newton, also from the Kahari Nation. Miss Olivia here from the Halawasa Pony Nation. I'm about to forget Olivia's name, and she's about to get me after this session here. But I tell you what, they do a wonderful job. And we sure appreciate these young ladies. So again, the style of dance here, as you see, is known as the healing dancer. So you look at these ladies here and you wonder about the jingles. So in the previous years, before back when they first designed these dresses, they were made with either shells or with the hooves of animals, and they would tie them close together. So when the ladies would dance, you would hear the sound. It would sound like raindrops falling upon Mother Earth. And as the story goes up around the Ojibwe Nation, the Great Lakes nations, and the southern part of Canada, of the story of the young lady that created the dress from the dream that her and her father had about the tribe wasn't doing very well, and they had to have some type of healing. So when they created the dress and danced that style of dress, the Creator saw that. He recognized that he needed help, and he brought the healing back to the land. He brought back the animals. He brought back the nourishment. He brought back the plants that fed the animals, and then the animals fed the tribe. So again, it was wonderful to see. And these young ladies here, if we have healing and we need healing in our tribes, they will remove all of their feathers, their headgear, and their fans and dance in the natural form with just their dresses and just their hands and their style and the wonderful footwork, and send prayers to the Creator. So again, these young ladies do a wonderful job. The number of cones, they represent about each day of the year on these wonderful dresses here. And we are the best recyclers there are. Native Americans take these cans. These are snuff can lids or tobacco top lids from chewing tobacco. And they take those and roll those one at a time individually to make those jingles for those dresses. So to no further ado at this time, I'm going to go back to Stony Creek, if you would, to give me an appropriate exhibition song for a ladies' jingle exhibition. All right. Thank you, ladies. Thank all of our ladies jingle. A wonderful job again. And ladies and gentlemen, it's just a reminder, we're following these COVID protocols. So you'll see a lot of our dancers dancing in the spotlight form and exiting from various areas from the stage or arena area here. So again, thank you, ladies, for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude session 4. We'll be back at 12:15 for our session 5 with Escagné and some other dancing. But we're going to have a little more of the Escagné Eastern Woodland style songs and dance and the social dances as we come back for session 5. So again, thank you for session 4, and please remember to come back and join us again at our 25th annual American Indian Heritage Celebration here in Raleigh, North Carolina at the North Carolina Museum of History. Thank you.
Welcome. We'd like to thank the following sponsors of the North Carolina Museum of History Foundation that helped to make this event possible.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here's our session 5 of our 25th annual American Indian Heritage Celebration here in Raleigh, North Carolina, at the North Carolina Museum of History. We're here today, guys, just to showcase our dancers and our heritage through song and dance, and just share a little bit of our culture here with us today through all of our song and dance. And we thank the museum for offering us this wonderful, wonderful venue to utilize to share our culture this year during our Native American Indian Heritage Month celebration here for National Native American Heritage Month. So again, thank you for that. We really thank all of our sponsors and all of our singers that came out today, all of our dancers that are helping us out. And for all of you educators and school kids out there and the general public, we thank you for joining us with our virtual programs here this weekend and just enjoying the celebration we're having here today. Well, we're going to be bringing out our dancers in a grand entry here. Just to give you a little idea about our grand entry, all of our celebrations and our Native American culture events, we bring all of our dancers out inside of the grand entry with the beginning of all of our festivities. And during that, we honor and we celebrate all of our veterans, our flags. We honor all of the dancers as they come out, no matter what tribal affiliation that dancer may be or style of dance. We showcase that dancer during that during that grand entry. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask Southern Sun, if they would, to bring all of our dancers out and showcase all of our dancers in our grand entry. Southern Sun, take it away. Grand entry.
Hey! 'Cause 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 '
Thank you. right, thank you, dancers. All right, you may be excused at this time. Thank you all of our dancers here during our grand entry, and we thank our head dancers here with us this weekend, Mr. Patrick Green from the Lumbee Nation and Miss Olivia Richardson from the Halawasa Pony Nation, serving as our two head dancers this weekend. We thank them for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be calling out a young man and a young lady here very shortly here to discuss some items here and to showcase a style of dance and the songs known as Escanye. So we're bringing out Mr. Kea Little Turtle from the Lumbee Nation and Miss Chelsea Graham from the Waccamaw Siouan Nation. So we're going to be doing some exhibitions here. We'll be turning the mic over to Mr. Kea here shortly to discuss his Escanye. We'll make sure he's got good communications. Mr. Joel here in the museum doing a wonderful job here with us today. And again, we thank all of our virtual attendees here today. But they're going to be doing some social songs and social dancing and explaining a little bit about what we do as Native people here in the Eastern Woodlands and Eastern style. And again, as I said during some of my previous exhibitions here in the previous sessions, we sure thank these guys for revitalizing and bringing back this style of dance and song, and we just cannot thank them enough. So to no further ado, I'm going to turn the mic over to Mr. Kea Little Turtle.
Chwana skana wagachinedi gane gitre disne wagachinedi nyathwed Kea Little Turtle gianthe the wis disasete. My name is Kea Little Turtle. I'm Snipe Clan, and I come to you from the Lumbee and Tuscarora Nations of North Carolina. First off, we're going to be showcasing Escanye Ganase, which is New Women's Shuffle Dance. Miss Chelsea Graham here from the Waccamaw Siouan Wakan Nation over in Buckhead, St. James, North Carolina. She's a great powwow dancer and a wonderful long cast dancer, and she's been deeply rooted in her culture from a young age, growing up now into a wonderful young woman. So this style of dance, the Escanye Ganase, it goes back and it speaks upon our creation story when Sky Woman came down from Sky World and fell onto the snapping turtle's back, and she planted those seeds, and she did a shuffling dance that spread the earth out. So this is a derivative or a version of that dance. So this is sung at all of our socials that we have, at our Longhouse socials. Here down in North Carolina, and of course up in Six Nations, New York. So this is going to be Escanye Ganase. And this last Ascanya that we're going to do before we move on to some other social dance songs and social dances. What this song is going to be saying is going to say, Konikwe taskene ga nawi ori wayan ori wagat ya. And it's saying, it seems as though you are well, my relatives, because of the old ways. And it's just kind of a song that's reaffirming the importance of our languages and the importance of our songs and our dances while we're all going through this pandemic. So.
Hobi obe kwani kwe taskene kanewe hure waga ye gaye no ya ya kwani kwe taskene kanewi hori waga ye gaye no ya hobi obe kwani kwe taskene kanewe ure waga ye ga ya.
So that is Escanye Ganase. The next set of songs that we're going to be doing is Old Moccasin Dance. We're going to sing a set of Old Moccasin Dance songs. A long time ago, it was originally the Apple Dance. And it was a social dance that was done to celebrate the good harvest of apples. And what would happen is it would be a test of agility. There would be elders or different craftspeople, people of high standing that would observe the dancers, the men and the women dancers that was dancing this dance. And after the dance was over, they would choose somebody who they felt like danced really hard during that dance, and they'd give them a new pair of moccasins. Over time, it stopped being referred to, of course, as the Apple Dance, and it's known as the Old Moccasin Dance today. So I want to share some of these songs while we let Miss Chelsea catch her breath from doing those wonderful Ascanye steps.
Wenange, oh wenange, wenange, oh wenange, oh yo hey ya, yo ga yo ga yo hey ya yo ho. So that is old moccasin dance. So we do a lot of these longhouse dances back down in Robeson County. I know that there's also different longhouse dances that are done amongst the Waccamaw-Siouan, the Wakan people, the Kahari. I know that the Halawa-Saponi participate also in different longhouse social dancing as well as other things. So. It's good that we still have these things. That water drum that you saw me singing on, that was our original drum. Long before the powwow drum made its way here, the big drum made its way here in the 60s and 70s with the powwow movement. We were originally water drum people. And what you would see with these different social dances is that we would always go counterclockwise, which is different than what you may have been seeing with the powwow style dancing as they would go clockwise. We started to go clockwise, of course, with the powwow movement. Before that time, the majority of our socials and our ceremonies were done in counterclockwise fashion because we are, first and foremost, central fire people. And all of our ceremonies and even our socials revolve around that central fire. And we would go counterclockwise with our hearts towards the center of the fire. When we would go clockwise, if we would go clockwise during those things, that means that our heart was away from the fire, our heart was away from the center, and it actually means that we would be in mourning, that we were upset. So it's important to know these things, and it's good that we have this platform to be able to share our culture and to explain it so that the outside world can know about it as well. So the next dance that we're going to do is going to be the Robin dance. So it's a pretty good one. It's a pretty fun one. It's got some beautiful songs. Not to say that I have favorite songs or anything, but Robin dance songs are definitely amongst my favorite as far as social dance songs go. So we're going to deliver these Robin dance songs for you here all. Ya 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 ne o ne o ne yo ne yo ne hey yo ne ya ha ya ya ne yo ne yo ne yo ne yo ne yo ne ya 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 ne yo ne hey yo ne yo ne ya ne yo ne hey yo ne ya ha ya 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 ni o abe ha ni u abe hey honey oh hubby ya honey oh hubby honey oh hubby hey honey oh hubby oh hubby honey oh hubby honey oh hubby hey honey oh hubby ya honey oh hubby honey oh hubby hey honey oh hubby yo hubby, Annie, oh hubby, hey Annie, oh hubby, hey Annie, oh hubby, yo ho, yo, Gani, oh hubby, Gani, oh hubby, hey Gani, oh hubby, yo Gani, oh hubby, Gani, oh hubby. Hey, Gani, oh, hubby, yo, hubby, hey, Gani, oh, hubby, hey, Gani, oh, hubby, hey, Gani, oh, hubby, yo, Gani, oh, hubby, Gani, oh, hubby, hey, Gani, oh, hubby,
Yo habe, gani yo habe, gani yo habe, hey gani yo habe, yo ho. So that was Robin Dance. So in closing, one of the things I'd like to say before I hand the mic back over to my good brother, J.D. Moore, is the importance of your culture in that type of way, your specific languages and your songs and your dances. Big shout out to the Halawa Nation and Dr. Marty Richardson with what they've been doing with the Tutelo language. It's been great for their people, and I see a lot of our different tribes here in North Carolina helping to revitalize their languages and strengthening it up in their community. So in Skarure, what we would say is itat de giro guasneg, which is to keep the good mind. So during this pandemic, I would encourage all of you itat de giro guasneg, to keep that good mind. Nyahweh, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it again. Wonderful job by Miss Chelsea Graham and Mr. Kay Little Turtle there, and the Escanye and their social and the longhouse dances and songs there, and all those Eastern Woodlands. Again, wonderful job those guys have done. And just like Kay said, wonderful job to all of our other tribes and Mr. Dr. Marty Richardson there, and working with the Tutelo language and all up and down the East Coast here, and just doing a wonderful job. So again, we thank them and just all that has been contributed to revitalizing this style of dance and this style here in the state of North Carolina, not just here, but in South Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, and then right on up the coast and into some of the South Carolina regions down around the Catawba Nations and various ones. And I tell you, they do a wonderful job. The Maharian people, excellent job over there they do with this Escanye and their Eastern Woodlands also. So again, that concludes our session 5. We'll be going to session 6. We'll be starting at 1:15 for session 6. We'll be coming back with some additional grand entries and some more exhibitions and for our styles of dance and additional song and additional dance. So again, anyone that's visiting us virtually, please join us back, and we'll be back live again at 1:15. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
We'd like to thank the following sponsors of the North Carolina Museum of History Foundation for helping to make this event possible.
Welcome, everyone, and welcome back to the 25th Annual American Indian Heritage Celebration here in Raleigh, North Carolina, at the North Carolina Museum of History here in downtown Raleigh. And again, we want to welcome all of our virtual participants here this weekend that we have with us today and in tomorrow. Again, welcome all of our students. If you're watching from your classrooms or virtual from home, all of our educators, thank you so much for what you do in bringing this education to our young children. Or any of our public, our general public, thank you guys for joining us today in this celebration. And so today our activities here in the auditorium here, we'll be showcasing our dancers, and we'll be showcasing all of our dance styles today that we have here with us today through song and dance. And our two drums, our Southern Sun, our guys from Lumberton and the Pembroke area in Robinson County, the Lumbee Nation, and then our brothers from up in the northern part of North Carolina, the Hallawasaponi Nation there in Hollister, North Carolina, our northern drum group. And we thank those guys for being with us and bringing wonderful songs here with us today to sing for our dancers. So again, we'll be bringing our dancers out into a short grand entry here. We will be showcasing all of our dancers and any tribal affiliation during the grand entry. And during those grand entries, we showcase our elders. We showcase all of our young people. All dancers, no matter what tribal affiliation that they may be. We also honor our veterans, our flags through those, but we will not be doing that today in order to showcase our dancers in these exhibitions here. But in our normal annual powwows or our cultural events, we showcase and we honor all of those that we have just spoken of. So again, we'll be asking Stony Creek to give us the appropriate grand entry song. At this time, grand entry, Stony Creek. thank you, dancers. Thank all of our dancers for their participation in the grand entry here. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you will notice our dancers, they're dancing a spotlight style of dance, and that's in accordance with our requirements here from our COVID-19 standpoint. So we will be showcasing our dancers, but also keeping them safe as possible with regards to our COVID requirements here in the museum, doing a wonderful job of keeping our dancers and our singers and all of our artisans and craftsmen and our participants here this weekend, keeping them very safe with our restrictions there. So we'll be showcasing our ladies traditional. We'll be bringing out our second song. We'll be asking our drums to give us some good second songs for exhibitions here, asking our ladies traditional to make their way on out, our ladies traditional. We have 3 of these ladies here, and we'll be bringing them out and asking them to showcase their style of dance. Our ladies traditional, they're making their way out. That's one thing Mom always told me, don't rush my ladies. Make sure they have plenty of time, and they're making their way out into this arena here, and we'll be talking a little bit about their style of dance here this weekend. Yep, we're going to do a little sidestep. You ladies can keep a good social distance with that, and we'll monitor that throughout the dance. So just a little bit about all these lady styles of dance here. As I go here to my right, we look at the young lady from Okanichi Band of the Saponi here, and we have the buckskin style of dress, and this is an Eastern woodland style. It's an older style of dress, that one of the oldest that we utilize as Native people, as we wore the buckskin from the hides and from the animals that we used there, and from the tanning that we did as Native people to utilize all parts of that gift from the Creator. As we look at our lady here in front of me with the black and the blue, the beautiful Southern style cloth dress here, and we in the southeast and down in the southwest and some of the Mississippi areas and the areas where it's really warm in the southern areas, when we started trading cloth with the Europeans, we'd utilize this cloth, and a lot of the southern ladies would utilize that southern cloth style dress. And as we get over here to my left, we have Miss Indian, North Carolina, Miss Caitlin Deal here with, and she has the pine cone patchwork, the trademark of the Lumbee people here. And as you notice her dress, she has 8 women on her dress, symbolizes all 8 state-recognized tribes of North Carolina, honoring those women and all the various tribes. So again, Caitlin, thank you for that and the story that dress tells, and the honoring that you do and that you have brought here to honor all of our women and all of our native tribes of the state of North Carolina. And again, Miss Caitlin, being Miss Indian North Carolina, carries on those duties to represent all 8 tribes throughout her reign and her platform there, and she does a wonderful job with that, and just working through this COVID transformation and what she has to do to still represent and continue on with carrying our heritage. So thank her for that. As you notice, all these ladies have a fan in their right hand, and they'll honor the drum with that fan and during the honor beats of the song. And then you'll see a shawl draped across their left forearm. And then watch that shawl and the fringe from the shawls, how it keeps beat with the drum and the beautiful sway as they step lightly upon Mother Earth during their style of dance. So at this time, Southern Sun, to no further ado, a good exhibition second song for our ladies traditional. Thank you there, ladies. We'll help them exit the arena here. All of our ladies making their way off. Again, thank you for all of our ladies' traditional good exhibition song, good song, Southern Sun. We'll be bringing on our next exhibitionist here, our men's grass dancer. He's known as the preparers of the circle. This young man here, as you watch him dance his style of dance, he will prepare that circle and dance down the grass or remove any articles that would harm or would get in the way of our elders or any of our ladies dancing. And he would clean that arena to make sure it's ready and get it ready for all of our tribal dances or any of our ceremonies. Back in the days before we had all the wonderful equipment to cut the grasses and to keep our areas clean and neat, these gentlemen would go in and they would pick a spot. The elders would pick an area to have our dances, to have our social gatherings, and these young men would go out and prepare those areas known as the grass dancers. You see his regalia here is adorned with the white fringe there and the beautiful colors. And it shows the fringe represents the grasses that swayed across the plains or across the fields of the areas that we had our ceremonies and our gatherings here. And you see as he watches him dance, watch as he prepares that circle for those other dancers that are coming out. At this time, a good exhibition song from Stony Creek, Men's Grass. All right, good second song for our men's grass dancer. Thank you there, Mr. Richardson from the Hiawatha Pony Nation. Wonderful job there. I'll tell you, these guys were here this weekend helping us out, and we sure enjoying it at our 25th annual American Indian Heritage Celebration here in Raleigh. It's a little different this year with our COVID response and the posture we're having to take with regards to COVID, but that's all right. We are glad to be here and showcase our Native people and their heritage. And we thank the museum for allowing us and providing this wonderful venue that they do every year for us to have this wonderful celebration. I'm going to call out my ladies' fancy butterfly shawl dancer. If she would come on out, Miss Simone McBride. She's from the Waccamaw Siouan Nation. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about her regalia and that beautiful, beautiful dress that she has there. As you see, Miss Simone is a fancy dancer, fancy shawl dancer. And the story went as she was a young lady and did not want to dance the older style of the ladies' traditional. So they started dancing like the men's fancy. And the young men did not like them dancing with them and said, hey, you young girls are going to have to get your own style. So they took the shawl from their left forearm like the ladies' traditional, and they draped it over their shoulders and took the yoke of the men's fancy and turned it to the back. And the beautiful beadwork that you see adorned here and the beautiful plumage in their hair. And you see as she turns and she makes her spins, you'll watch the beautiful fringe as it flies up into the air. And she looks like a butterfly as she makes her way across a field of flowers as pollinating from one to the other. You see the Eastern woodland style she has there with the bone work coming off of her hair ties, and the beautiful otter work there shows that her Eastern woodlands connection there and the designs that she has on her regalia there. So to no further ado, I'm going to ask Southern Sun to give the appropriate second song for our ladies' fancy shawl dancers. right, our ladies fancy. All right, thank you there. Good smile on her face. I saw her cheeks there rising. Wonderful job. She'll go pinch the singers on their ear. Good song there. We appreciate that. So again, thank you, Miss McBride from the Siouan Nation there. Good dancing there. I tell you what, it's just wonderful to see these young people here enjoying their traditions and sharing it today. It just does my heart good to see this here. And as I get older and older in my years, just thankful to the Creator for what He's providing us as Native people in North Carolina. So thank you again for that. And we'll be bringing out a good friend of mine. Come on out, my brother from the Lumbee Nation. It's Mr. Patrick Green, Men's Traditional. I tell you what, this guy here, he knows some stuff. He knows some people. And I tell you, he knows how to dance Men's Traditional. So we're going to have a good time with him, talk a little bit about his style of dance. That Men's Traditional is the oldest style of dance, also known as the war dance. And you'll see Mr. Patrick is adorned here with a wonderful replica of a good shotgun. He probably took it off of an enemy when he was taking his scalp or either counting coup on him. He took that gun, and he's been utilizing that. You see the fan in his left hand that he takes, and he utilizes that with his medicine bag to look for prey, to make sure that he can find his way. He takes and looks for tracks and different things of that nature there. As he turns around and see that beautiful eagle bustle that he has in the American Indian, the Men's Traditional, Northern Men's Traditional here, this style, they adorn themselves with that wonderful eagle bustle in the midsection of their back. And they dance and honor those feathers and honor that eagle that the Creator has given them. You see the different types of beadwork and the designs he has here with all the beautiful beadwork, one bead at a time. These guys sit down. He does a lot of wonderful beadwork. His sister is really the artist in the family. She does the amazing beadwork, and he agrees with that. So I tell you what, Patrick does a good job. And when he's out here dancing, guys and girls, I want you to watch, especially if any school kids are watching, to see if you can tell what kind of story that he may be telling. Is he looking for animals? Is he looking for game and a hunting? Is he counting coup on an enemy? Or is he just out on a scouting mission for the tribe, looking for new lands or new hunting lands or whatever it may be? Or is he telling a story of the elders of how they did something spectacular, or just a story of their family? So at this time, I'm going to ask Stony Creek, if you would, the appropriate second song for Men's Traditional Exhibition. Let's hear from Men's Traditional, a good duck and dive song by Stony Creek. Good song there. That duck and dive, it tells a story of a depiction of these guys in war. And when the enemy would stand up and shoot, these guys would duck and then come up and dive, and then they would make their assault on the enemy. So good job there to these guys, and wonderful job of what they're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to conclude here with our session 6, and we'll be coming back here at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock sharp, with session 7. We'll have session 7 here. And again, thank you, all of our virtual participants, for showing here and coming with us today on this journey that we've experienced here so far in these 6 sessions. So we thank you guys again, and come back at 2 o'clock. All of our educators, any of our teachers here, all of our students, or anyone that's publicly at home, like my kids at home doing virtual, I tell you what, come on and join us back and learn a little bit more, and let's share some more heritage here at the North Carolina Museum of History at our 25th annual American Indian Heritage Celebration. Thank you guys.
We'd like to thank the following sponsors of the North Carolina Museum of History Foundation for helping to make this event possible.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, all of our educators, all of our our students, and any visiting public here with us today for our session number 7 at our 25th annual American Indian Heritage Celebration here in Raleigh, North Carolina at the North Carolina Museum of History. Again, we just thank the museum here for a wonderful venue that they provided for us to celebrate and to share our heritage and our culture here this weekend during National Native American Heritage Month for all of our Native people across the United States, and especially here in North Carolina for Indian Heritage Month here. So again, thank you for that. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be sharing our culture and all of our activities here during dance and song, and we'll be showcasing our dancers here today in their grand entry and also in our personal exhibitions and specific exhibitions for each of those dancers. So before we go into this grand entry, tell you a little bit about our grand entry. It's where we showcase all of our dancers as we bring them into the circle, and we showcase their dance styles no matter what tribal affiliation that they may be. We showcase those dancers and honor them. We honor our elders and our flags. We honor our young people. We honor those that have fallen before and have not been with us since the past. And we honor those and the young people of the future. We bring in all of our young people there, and we honor those during our grand entries. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we've been coming in with a grand entry here today. Our dancers will be keeping a COVID posture, so you'll see our dancers dance, and they'll be in a spotlight format to make sure that we keep our 6-foot distancing and following all of our COVID protocols that are set in place here at the North Carolina Museum of History. So to no further ado, I'm going to ask Southern Sun, one of our drum groups here with us today, our Southern brothers, to bring us out a good grand entry for our dancers. Grand entry. Thank you, dancers. Ladies jingle, stay with me here. All right, we'll be calling out our next set of exhibitionists here for our ladies jingle. We'll be calling them out, so make your way out, ladies, and we'll keep our COVID distancing here. We've got some areas marked here on the floor there to keep our 6-foot distancing for our COVID response. So again, ladies and gentlemen, as we describe these ladies, this style of dance and getting ready for a good song, these ladies are known as the healing dancers. And the story goes of the healing up around the Great Lakes area and the Ojibwe nations and some of the southern Canadian areas there up around in those Great Lakes of the time of the past when the tribes wasn't doing very well. And the story came about the young lady who created the dress and danced the style of the dance of the jingle dress, or known as the healing dance. And years ago, before we moved into the snuff can lids here that we take and roll those one individually, each one at a time, to adorn these dresses, these young ladies used the different types of hooves and different types of shells that they found on the lakesides and up around the waterways there in the rivers and stuff. So as you see these ladies and you hear them dance, listen to the sound of the jingles as it sounds like the Mother Earth, the rain falling upon Mother Earth, replenishing the land, bringing back the plants and the animals, and sustaining the native people back in those generations beyond, before we as native people realized that the troubles that we would be facing in these times here. So again, we thank the Creator for sustaining us and keeping us through all of those times and creating this style of dance. And today we still utilize this style of dance for healing. These young ladies will remove all of their feathers and their headgear, their fans, and they will come out and dance in honor of those that need healing or those that require some type of special healing from the Creator. So again, we thank these ladies here, and we're going to ask Stony Creek to give us the appropriate exhibition song, Ladies Jingle. Let's hear it for our ladies jingle. Good dancing there, ladies. Good exhibition. Good song from Stony Creek, guys. I tell you what, during our powwows and our contests, these guys really show off, and all these dancers and they're doing a wonderful job here today for their exhibitions as we are performing here at the 25th Annual American Indian Heritage Celebration here in Raleigh at the North Carolina Museum of History. Again, we want to be calling some of our dancers out. I'm going to call a young lady out. Come on out, our Ladies Fancy shawl dancer. I'll ask her to step right over here. We'll keep a good social distance here, and good Miss Simone McBride from the Waccamaw Siouan Nation. And I tell you what, Simone, being a tribal member, along with myself from the Waccamaw Nation, very proud of watching her grow, not only as a young lady, but in her style of dance and what it has brought to her and her family. So she does a wonderful job. Her parents have done wonderful, and her grandparents, of really raising her and bringing her through the native traditions. And she is one of our future leaders in Waccamaw land down there, so we sure appreciate her. As we look at her regalia and the beautiful designs that she has here, as you notice the ladies' fancy shawl, the shawl's across her back, where the ladies' traditional, you'll see in another segment, had the shawl across their forearm. Well, these ladies didn't want to dance that style of dance, so the ladies' traditional, they wanted a faster pace, a younger style of dance. So they went there and they created this fancy shawl dancing, also known as the butterfly dance. And this style of dance, as you see them dance, it looks like butterflies bouncing across the top of a field of flowers as they're pollinating those flowers. So beautiful style there. As you look upon and the beadwork and all the yoke and the various things that she has there and all of her adornments on her regalia, you notice that the bone work there depicting the Eastern woodland style that she dances and incorporating her heritage there with Eastern woodlands and the beautiful beadwork that you see. Now, you'll see this style of dance all across the United States, known as the Pan American dance, where they dance this ladies' fancy shawl in multiple tribes and multiple locations of all the 574 federally recognized tribes in the United States. So, wonderful job these ladies do, and I tell you what, they're very acrobatic, they're very aerobic. These ladies can really do a lot of high spins. She might not do many today. She's saving them for contests. But I tell you, they do a wonderful job. So we're going to ask Southern Sun's appropriate exhibition for Lady Shawl. Take it away, singers. All right, let's give a big round of applause. Our Ladies Fancy. I tell you, these ladies doing a wonderful job, and we thank them for that. And I tell you, she does a wonderful, wonderful style. And good to see them ready for powwows to come back, getting ready for next year. Hopefully, we'll be back at our gatherings, and we can see multiple dancers as these ladies here. And I see some guys doing a good round of applause there. That's awesome. All right, guys, we've got another round of exhibitions here from our Eastern Woodlands. You guys make your way on out. Our Eastern Woodland dancers, does she have a partner there with you? Let's grab his lady friend, his partner there, if you would, and tell her to come on out, Mr. Richardson. Yes, sir. We've got a young lady back here also with our Eastern Woodland style, and we'll see. We'll make it. There she comes. She's So just to talk a little bit about this Eastern Woodland style, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see this style of dress all the way from the Mississippi Valley, all in through the Ohio Valley, eastward, all the way up into Canada, and down as far as the South Carolina and Georgia areas and all of those stuff, but mostly predominantly still up in the East Coast in the Delaware state, up around Virginia, and up into New York and all of those areas there, and so in the southern parts of the Hudson. So a guy to see these style of dance still prominent in North Carolina as it used to be back in the generations before settlers and before European occupation here. But I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, it has been revitalized and it's coming back because of two young people like here, Mr. Kaya Little Turtle to my left and Miss Chelsea Graham here to my right. It is really coming back and bringing back that heritage of the Eastern style, and we're glad to see that. It's called the style of dance, and the song is the Escalier, and it's the social style of dance, and it's also dances that tells many, many stories. So when the settlers, when the villagers would go from tribe to tribe, a group of dancers would come, and they would have these social dances with each other, and as they would greet each other, and they would tell stories through that. And Kaya can tell you about the different types of longhouse dances that they had amongst all the people. We have a good artisan here, and also we have very many artisans in the United States, and especially in North Carolina, that is very accustomed to this Eastern Woodland style. We also have a doctor here with us today, Dr. Marty Richardson, that is very fluent in the style, in the education of the Tudelo language and a lot of the trade language that we utilized in Virginia, North Carolina, and the Eastern Tennessee, and up and down the Eastern Seaboard. So I tell you what, it's just great to have all of that education here with us. It's great to have all of that support as we go through our livelihoods and teaching our young people. So again, if we have any of our virtual students there, guys, dig into it and dig hard and learn all you can, because you never know when you're going to need this here. So we're not going to, any further ado, we're not going to hold these guys up. We're going to ask Stony Creek to give us a good exhibition song for our Eastern Woodland exhibition. All right, thank you. Our Eastern Woodland style. We appreciate that, Kaya and Chelsea. Thank you so much for that their style of dance. Again, wonderful job by our dancers and our singers there. So we'll be coming back to Stony Creek for our final song of this session here, our men's grass dancing. And ladies and gentlemen, I didn't save him for last on purpose. He usually runs the first round of any. If we were back in before occupation of the European nations here, we would be utilizing this young man first because he is known as the preparer of the circle. So this young man would come out, the grass dancers, and he would prepare the circle. He would go out and he'd dance the grasses down, remove any articles, and get the arena, basically get the sacred circle ready for all of our dancers to come out, our elders, our traditional men and women, and all of our other dancers to dance in any types of ceremonies or dances that we were having during our celebrations. As you look at his regalia here, you see the wonderful, wonderful, beautiful ribbon work that he has here, and it takes and it depicts the grass that they said they danced down, and it takes it and it shows how, as Native people, that they utilized everything, and they would tie stems of grass on this regalia here, and you see a lot of the grass dancers do that. And a lot of them will utilize that, the sweet grass and various ones, to show the style of grass dance that they are. You see the other wonderful beadwork and all the applique work that he's done here with this beautiful regalia, and the beadwork that they have, and with the lanyards here and coming off of his roach, and all of the various items that he has. So as you watch this dance here, watch him as he prepares the circle for the dancers. At this time, Stony Creek Exhibition. All right. Thank you, Men's Grass. Thank you. Good song there by Stony Creek. Thank you, guys. And that will conclude our 7th session here. We have one session left, session 8. We'll start here very shortly, guys. In about 15 minutes or so, we're coming out to our last session at 2:45 will be our final session of the day. So again, we thank you all, our virtual that attended session 7. Thank you, guys. Thank you, students. Thank you, educators, and thank you, general public, for joining us today at the 25th Annual American Indian Heritage Celebration here in Raleigh, North Carolina, at the North Carolina Museum of History.
We'd like to thank the following sponsors of the North Carolina Museum of History Foundation for helping to make this event possible.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and all of our educators, our students who are performing their activities virtual, and any of our visiting public here with us on our virtual episodes of our 25th annual American Indian Heritage Celebration here at the North Carolina Museum of History in Raleigh, North Carolina. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for participating here in our final session of today, session number 8, and we'll be showcasing our dancers here today and showing some exhibitions to help to spread our culture and to help spread the traditions here as we as Native Americans in North Carolina and all the state recognized tribes still carry on those many traditions today. So we've asked our drum groups here, wonderful singers here with us today. Southern Sun will be our southern drum group, and Stony Creek is our northern singers for us here today. And those drum groups coming out of the Southern Sun, coming out of Robinson County and the Lumbee Nation there, and then Halawasaponi is the production of our Halawasaponi Stony Creek drum group from Hollister, North Carolina. So, ladies and gentlemen, just to explain a little bit about our grand entry before we showcase these dancers. We bring them out at all of our festivals and our powwows and all of our gatherings, and we bring those dancers and we showcase them in their style of dance. No matter what tribal affiliation that they come from, we honor and showcase them. We honor our elders, we honor our youth, and we honor our flags and all of those honoring songs and the veterans that we bring out, and we honor those veterans also inside of that grand entry. But today, for time's sake, we're bringing out our dancers just to showcase them in this grand entry, and we'll have our head dancers, Mr. Patrick Green and Miss Olivia Richardson, bringing us out for our grand entry. So at this time, Southern Sun, if you would, give us the appropriate grand entry song. right, thank you, dancers. Thank you, singers. Men's traditional. Stay with me for a moment here, brother. Yes, sir. All right, good job to all of our singers, dancers. Thank you, Southern Sun. We'll be moving into our next exhibition here with this young man to my left from the Lumbee Nation here, Mr. Patrick Green. I tell you what, he's a man of many talents. And I tell you, he does a wonderful job of showcasing in this exhibition of men's traditional and living that traditional life. And it's good to see him here with us today to show his tradition, to share his tradition here. And we're going to talk a little bit about what he's got with him, his regalia and his adornments here and the various things. So his style of dance is known as the men's northern traditional. It is the oldest style of dance in the Americas here for the American Indian, also known as the war dance. And when settlers came over, and especially out in the plains areas, they would see us and they would see these styles of dance. And all up and down the East Coast here and all over, they would see the men dancing and they would say they were claiming to call war. But a lot of times these men were telling stories with their style of dance. They were telling of a hunting party, or they were telling of a warring party, or telling of a story from an elder, or just a family event that may have went on. As we as Native people, we shared our stories through song, we shared them through dance, and we shared it through our verbal speech. And this is one way of showing the tradition and sharing this with his family and with other ones. So today he's going to share this men's traditional. As you see, Mr. Patrick, one of his adornments here, as you see this replica of this shotgun, he probably took this off of an enemy during battle, or took it off of one during a hunting and utilizes that during hunting. And as you see the bustle, as he makes his way and turns and sees the eagle bustle here, the men's traditional eagle bustle, when you see the single bustle, you know you're running up on a men's traditional. And some of the bustles back years ago were a lot smaller, and some of the crow bustles that they wore out west and out in the plains areas. But these eastern woodlands and these guys in the American and up in the northern parts of the men's traditional wore the larger bustles. You see the eagle feathers that it adorns it with, that being the paying tribute and honor to that eagle, the one that flies the highest, and we as Native people honor that. The beautiful beadwork that he's got here, that he has put together. His sister is a wonderful, wonderful artisan, and she does some beautiful beadwork, and I know she has had her hand in many of that he's wearing today. So again, to no further ado, we're going to ask Stony Creek to give us a good exhibition song from Men's Traditional. Thank you, Mr. Patrick. All right, good job there, Mr. Green from the Lumbee Nation, doing a good job. And I tell you what, that young man there is getting me hungry for some powwows, ready to get back to our celebrations. Hopefully the Creator will allow us to start accompanying those next spring. We'll be looking forward to that. So I tell you what, guys, we'll be bringing out some young ladies here. Our ladies traditional, make your way out into the arena here, to the stage area in the auditorium. We'll be giving them plenty of room to utilize here today. And I'll be moving on once I've finished the discussion here with our ladies traditional. If you would, Miss Rose, we'll get you right there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just working a little bit to make sure that we keep our COVID posture and make sure that we understand our safety protocols here. So as we discuss these young ladies right here and all the ladies traditional, as you start, I'll start over here with Miss Heather from the Waccamaw Siouan Nation. She's wearing the Ladies Southern Cloth design. And as you see that there is, we traded with the Europeans and we started trading cloth, and especially in the areas that the temperatures were a lot warmer and the humidity levels. So these ladies would wear a lighter weight dress and a lighter weight regalia here during their everyday activities and also at their ceremonies. If we go here to Miss Rose here from the Okanichi Band of the Saponi Nation, she's wearing a more traditional style of the buckskin and the hides, different types of dresses we made from hides. And they would wear those dresses more in the colder areas and up north in the northern areas and around the plains and the very furthest north areas in the eastern woodlands. But a lot of our ladies still utilize that buckskin style. Beautiful, beautiful dress. And we have a dress here with a trademark here with Miss Caitlin Deal. She is Miss Indian, North Carolina, and she is adorned here with her pine cone patchwork dress here from the Lumbee Nation, the trademark dress for the Lumbees here down in Robinson County. So as you see Miss Caitlin's dress, and one point that I want to point out about her dress, if you look on her apron area there, that you'll see all 8 ladies, which represents the 8 tribes of North Carolina, and she has one lady representing each tribe in the state of North Carolina that she represents here as Miss Indian, North Carolina. So again, we thank her for that and thank her for the story behind this dress and the meaning to show how the tradition and the honor and the respect goes from tribe to tribe inside of North Carolina and all up and down our other tribal affiliations. So thank you for that, Miss Caitlin. As you see, all these ladies here all have a lot of common items here with them. They have fans in their right hand that you'll see them pay tribute to the drum and pay honor and homage to the drum during the song. Also, you'll see a shawl on their left forearm, and on that shawl, you'll see as it sways in the wind and sways during the dance, keeping beat of the drum. And when those ladies stop on the last beat of the drum, that shawl and their friends will stop, so that they are in tune with the beat of Mother Earth. So at this time, we'll ask for a side step. They have requested a side step from Southern Sun for our ladies traditional. Take it away, guys. Exhibition. wonderful job, ladies. Thank you so much. Our ladies traditional, all of our various styles from our southern cloth to our buckskin to our trademark lumpy pine cone patchwork. Wonderful job there, ladies. And that song there, good song by Southern Sun. Guys, I'm going to be bringing out some young ladies here. Our ladies jingle. Ladies jingle, please make your way out into the arena here for our stage and our auditorium. Please come on out, ladies jingle, for your exhibition. Talk a little bit about these ladies here as we're bringing out our head dancer, Miss Olivia Richardson here from the Halawasa Pony Nation, and then my other sister here, I'll get between them, and then from the Kahari Nation, Miss Jessica Newton, and they do a wonderful job, both of them. And I was telling a little story about Jessica, and when I was a younger guy in college, her father was in the military, and we went to powwows in Georgia, where he was at Fort Benning, if I'm not mistaken, and down in Georgia there. And they're wonderful, and she's still dancing to this day. She was a young lady then, a really, really young lady, and I was a lot younger myself, but we enjoyed it, and it's good to see her here with us today and her family being represented from the Kahari Nation. And again, our head dancer here with us today, Miss Olivia Richardson, no stranger to the powwow circuits, and seen her all my life, and her family and her mother and their sisters and all of their family. And they sing with Stony Creek, and I tell you, they do a wonderful job up in Hollister and all around the United States traveling, and just carrying on the heritage and sharing and what they've got in their traditions. But these ladies here, want to talk a little bit about their dress here. These, you see the jingles on these ladies' dress here, and you look at these and you say, man, what are those made of? Well, those are recycled snuff can lids. These ladies take these lids and they take them and roll them one at a time. Have a special tool to roll that to make that jingle. And then when they're together and they're dancing, it sounds like rain that's coming down, replenishing the earth, and known as the healing dance. So these ladies here, as the story would go, about the young lady up in the Ojibwe nations, up around the Great Lakes and down in southern Canada and all those areas there. They talked about the healing and talked about how they created this style of dress to come back and bring healing back to the land and to the people. So these ladies here is going to give a good exhibition of the healing dance, also known as the jingle dress dance. Take it away, Stony Creek exhibition. Thank you there, ladies. Thank you. I appreciate all of that good dancing there from our ladies jingle. We'll make your way around. We're going to do the run through, ladies. So Southern Sun, get ready for our run through there. We'll be bringing our dancers. And while they're getting ready, we'll tell a little bit about how we're going to close out here today. So we wanted to showcase all of our dancers in this final episode and run because of the COVID response and our COVID protocols that we have here today. So we're going to bring our dancers out one at a time and run them through and just show a little exhibition, just a few seconds of each one of them style of dance, and then let them exit off the other side. So that way each dancer will get to showcase just a little bit of their dance here and the final song here today for this evolution number 8 of our 8th session of this weekend. And I tell you, we are just day 1 tomorrow. We will have this streaming again, and you can get it on the websites here at the Museum of History here. And just look that up, guys, and you can watch these virtual exhibitions that we did today. You can watch that over again, and we'll be bringing those on. We want to give a big round of applause and thanks. I wish I had 1,000 hands to thank our Stony Creek Singers and our Southern Sun. These guys have done a wonderful job of coming out today and really contributing and giving us some good songs and good singing today, and we sure appreciate that. I tell you what, guys and ladies and gentlemen, those that are virtual here with us, and we sure miss you from being here with us this year, but we understand, and we understand the limitations and requirements that we, as not just Native people, but non-Native people, have to do to stay safe. So we thank you for all of that, and please share this with others. And we just cannot thank you enough, and thank the museum for what they've done. But this is not closing out remarks for me. We're going to be bringing these dancers through. So we're going to what we call bringing them through, ladies and gentlemen, showcasing them all. And we'll start with our head dancers, Mr. Patrick Green and Miss Olivia Richardson. We'll be bringing them out, and then I'll talk about all of our dancers as they make their way through. So Southern Sun, give us a good one to bring all of our dancers and showcase them through. Southern Sun, take it away. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's our head dancer, Mr. Patrick Green from the Lumbee Nation. All right, Miss Traditional, take it away, Patrick. All right, coming out, ladies and gentlemen, as we hear our coming, our ladies head dancer from the Halawasa Pony Nation, it's Miss Olivia Richardson. Oh, jingle dress dancing. All right, I see him coming, ladies and gentlemen, our Eastern Woodland Warrior from the Lumbee Nation, Mr. Kaya Little Turtle. Hacha, hoo. Take it away, Kaya. Hacha, hoo. Our grass dancer, Mr. Richardson from the Halawasa Pony Nation, the preparer of the circle, men's grass. Take it away, Mr. Richardson. Oh, the butterfly dancer from Waccamaw-Siouan land, Simone McBride. Take it away, Simone. Hoo. And from the land of the Kahari, we have Miss Jessica Newton. Take it away, Miss Jessica. Jingle dress lady, healing dancer. Oh, Eastern Woodland, Waccamaw-Siouan, Miss Chelsea Graham. Eastern Woodland ladies, Escanye. Social dancing. Hoo-cha, hoo. Also, Waccamaw-Siouan, Miss Heather Jones, our ladies traditional cloth, lady cloth, Southern cloth traditional, Miss Heather. from the Okanichi Band of the Saponi, Miss Rose coming out, honoring our ladies, buckskin, northern traditional ladies, Okanichi Band of the Saponi. And ladies and gentlemen, our Miss Indian North Carolina, Miss Caitlin Deal, and our Lumbee Pinecone Patchwork, Miss Caitlin Ladies Traditional. All right, thank you, dancers. Thank you, Southern Sun. Thank you, Stony Creek. Wonderful job here today, guys. We sure appreciate everything that you have done for us today. And in closing, we want to thank the North Carolina Museum of History, what they have done, the beautiful venue that they have given us here today to share our heritage, to share our culture with native and non-native alike, with all of our virtual students, our virtual educators, and the general public. We want to thank our North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs for all that they do for our United Tribes across the state of North Carolina and all the 8 state-recognized tribes that were represented here today, all of our artisans, our craftsmen, everyone, all of our presenters that showed today that come out to share our culture in our 25th annual American Indian Heritage Celebration for our month of November, the National Native American Heritage Month. And again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Be safe and keep the Creator first. Aho.